Lil Gimmick.
Kijk, dat weet ik al. Ja, dan ziet dat veel beter.
Ja. Ja, kan je wel zien.
Dat is wel mooi, hè?
Moet je je tas gelijk meenemen?
Alles gaat oké. Ja, ik zat er ineens aan te denken om nog een leuk grapje uit te halen.
Oh.
Het is namelijk vandaag de verjaardag van Jens Juraski, een van de founding fathers of PHP.
Oké.
Dus ik wou even vanuit de drukweek heel een heel mooi happy birthday naar hem hebben.
Oké. Oh, dat is wel leuk. Ja, het wordt live gestreamd.
Ja. Dus, is het de cameraman die gaat er dan bij zijn?
Weet ik niet. Gaat Dennis erbij zijn?
Nee.
Nee? Die gaat zo weg.
Ja.
Wie zet het ding uit dan?
Dat heeft hij overlegd met iemand. Ik weet niet wie.
Oh, maar... Ja, Koen of zo kan er wel even stoken.
Het is allemaal wel geregeld.
Zit hier
Je kunt op ons
Oh, ik ga op.
kijken. Nieuw guest. Een hoofd. Rimdeal, maar dan volgens mij met een hier omheen. Volgens mij staat er nog uit op tegen. Maar ik weet het niet zeker. Anders het staat in een lift. Een hele groene plek. Is die wifi hier nog even aangeplakt? Die guest.
Staat in de lift?
Ja, in de lift. Dat is de enige plek dat ik ook weet. Oh.
Dan ben ik het
Ja, het is printbeeld en dan uitroepteken op de i, zeg maar, en dan uitroepteken erachter. PR, uitroepteken, NT, deal, uitroepteken.
Wacht even, hè.
Ja, ik weet het niet uit mijn hoofd, jongen, echt.
PR, uitroepteken?
Ja, NT,
Deal,
uitroepteken. En vandaag is eerst een leven in de shisha.
Was dat kapot?
Het lukt er zo gauw nog. Ja, en anders stond er nog uit tussen die hashcode laat zien.
Invalid password.
Kut, echt? Ja? Dus allemaal hoofdletters? Ja, zo staat het wel in de lift.
Nee, maar het is niet allemaal hoofdletters. We mogen gewoon de hele tijd niet meer ingetoetst worden.
Dit zou een moet zijn.
Dat schijnt nog wel te commenteren.
Echt? Nou, cool.
Het werkt, ik weet niet waarom.
Hallo, IT.
Die foto van de hondje. I have no idea what that's about.
Ja, dat de scientist dog. Chemistry dog.
पीछे वाला भी बैठी थी वहाँ पे तेरे को दिखेगा 10 मिनट में 10 मिनट लगा के भी तेरे को नहीं दिखता
Ja. Nou, wel hoofdletters dus. Nee, vriend.
Al een tijdje niet meer ingevuld. Dus,
Nee, ik moest mijn laatste video van een deeltje terugkijken.
dat ding in de mond.
Ik weet niet of het zonder bij is. Ik heb niks ingeschoten. Oh nee, ik heb niks geschoten. Zijn er Oekraïners aangemeld? Ja. Dus wij hebben ook zo'n.
Dan ben ik niet wel eerder dan jij.
Maar anders.
Op het moment is het eerst externe en dan de als
Ik heb er al 5.
Niet overblijft.
We zeggen anders dan sta ik mijn olifant af hoor.
Ja.
Dat is niet het probleem.
En anders doen we gewoon weer een reorder.
Nee, waar precies staan?
Ah, die heb ik verdeeld. Waar? Onder de armen. Ja, hier op de stoelen.
Nee, hier was een hele tafel.
Ja, dat weet ik, maar ik heb de stoelen uit de achterste rij even weggehaald.
Ja.
Die hebben we verdeeld over de zijkanten en daar lagen weer olifantjes op. Dus ik denk, hé, hier is een stapel. Laten we het daarop leggen.
Waarom niet uitgebeld?
Weet ik veel.
Ik wil er 4 achterhouden.
Waarvoor?
Omdat ze een olifant krijgen.
Oh, voor de zin. Oh.
Ja.
En de Oekraïne komt toch gewoon hier?
Ja.
Nou, dan kunnen ze toch gewoon net zoals anderen gewoon een olifant meenemen die
Ja.
op de stoel ligt.
En ja, maar Johan Danhausen is 2 keer aangemeld, die komt al niet.
Er waren 6 olifants. Die laatste hebben gestolen.
We weten nog niet of ze er over zijn.
Nee, iemand heeft ze allemaal neergelegd. Die stoelen. Op basis van de
So,
lijst.
Ja, die heeft
if
Allemaal, denk ik.
Ik snap
I will show this picture
de weg.
saying happy birthday, Zev. If someone of you can take a picture of this slide and upload it to Twitter and put Zev as in CC, so we captured it.
Shall we take a picture of it later
When the audience, yeah, but I'm just explaining when I'm doing my presentation, that one of them takes a picture.
Yeah, we can take a picture, but what about Twitter?
You don't have Twitter?
Yeah, so we can follow it.
Hold on. I got a solution.
Hij doet het niet, ik haal het weer weg. Net als je daar bij staat.
Misschien heeft ze wel goed een idee
My company में कोई ये ना
What? Sorry?
founder they both are asking what's the same.
Zev, he's Andy Goodman, Zev Sureski, and Rasmus Lerdorf. They are considered the 3 founding fathers of PHP.
Now
Is that? Yeah.
उसने अपना खुद का होटल होगा जनरेशन का ब्रेड.com बुड्ढा होगा
Yeah.
That's the password.
Yeah.
Still how we post it on Twitter.
You don't have? You guys don't have Twitter?
No.
None of you have Twitter?
I'm not even. I do have it, but I don't know password. Yeah. Okay. First, I will try to make it. Post it on Facebook, but how will we get it? We already have one answer.
Well, since you are not on Twitter, luckily I post everything on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Google Plus. So I do multiple channels. Don't forget Instagram as well.
Oh yeah, I do have Instagram.
You got Instagram. Look at that. I do reach you.
So, but yeah, again, if you want us to post it, we can take the picture. But what about posting?
Hmm?
We can take the picture, but what about the posting?
Yeah, I'm not here on stage. I'm not able to post. So
So, is it fine if we tweet on, not tweet? We post it
Facebook.
Facebook,
Yeah.
Instagram.
yeah, if you post it on Facebook,
You
Yeah.
can share it. With
yeah, and then I can share it with the other accounts as well. So from Facebook.
Any question on Facebook? Okay.
One thing I do need to turn off is audio and notifications because I don't want to be interrupted during my session. It's working. Bleep, bleep. So, I'm completely ready.
अभी Instagram पे फोटो भी देखने
उसके बाद ये क्लिक करो
उसके बाद फोटो तो मैंने भी नहीं सीधा ऐसे नीचे जाकर पोस्ट हो जाएगा ना
नहीं
वो टाइप करने को भी बोल
हाँ यहाँ पे डाल तुम टाइप कर सकते हो वो हैशटैग डालने का What hashtag we have to add? PHP7?
Yeah, PHP7 workshop.
PHP7 workshop hashtag डालने का. पूरा एक ही PHP7 complete.
ना देख इसमें ना हाँ ठीक है ओके इसमें देख शेयर किया
उसने वैसे किया.
Mike,
Yeah.
you want a pic with audience and your slide or just slide? If you
Uh,
want with audience, then we'll move back.
I don't need the audience. If you can take a picture of me standing here, that would also be good.
Okay, let's have a tasting pose.
Yeah, just a second. I'm just going to upload the latest one. Alright, you want to pose? Oh, wait.
So let's see.
I can move a little bit here.
Yeah. I just post you that ready for
Hash PHP workshop. Hash PHP has a
Well, there you go. It's also now on Instagram.
eh? Okay.
Am I following you? Yes, I'm following you. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just posted.
Yay!
You got it?
Awesome. Yeah. The only thing that I don't see is reshare. Don't worry. I will find a way. No worries.
Yeah, just I don't know the option. But I tagged you, so I think it will be on your wall, right?
Yeah. It's approved. Show my profile. Says so.
But I already tagged you as well.
Yeah.
But I don't see the tag. Okay, here I can see the tag.
I got the tag.
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. You guys want to have a drink? Anymore?
तुम लोग जाते हो
साथ ही हाथ करना
Jimmy. Jimmy.
Yeah,
Are you staying here?
yeah,
Take a picture of the elephant.
yeah.
Make some promotion for these guys.
उसके लिए मैं नहीं आ रहा हूँ, तो तेरा नंबर नहीं लगेगा.
all the seats were actually this instead of this, and then point it to here.
Okay.
And well, he's here only for I think 2 months, 1 month, and he asked every what's your dream, and you could send an email about it, about your own dream. And here is the dream wall of dreams. So he made took the keywords out and he posted it here, and then we talked about it, and we also realized all of this. So for example, pioneering, so keep pioneering, and this is also very nice what I note. Blue is the standard, yeah, it's north. And actually we said, well, blue is the standard, but after we reached blue is the standard, we want to go above blue. That will take a while. That's a lot of wishes. It's really nice because then we involve all the people instead of only the managers.
Yeah, it's a thing from the past decade that companies are getting more input from the employees and you guys is moving towards
Yeah, I think that's very important. Yeah. So that's a lot of work. Yeah, we expanded to Belgium and actually we also wanted to expand to France, but then, well, because then we were taken over by Simpress. There were already companies from Simpress in France, so it didn't make sense. And so we in the end we didn't go there, and now we're also ready to go to France. Yeah. That's a lot of work.
number one in the middle.
Yeah.
So you guys do all printing materials, so mostly for marketing campaigns, rentals, those kind of things, or do you guys also are working on other fields?
Oh, you mean with the meetups or with?
No, in the business.
Oh, okay. Which departments do we have?
Well, for instance, for stickers, I always use Sticker Mule. We will also have like a focused business specifically for stickers. I mean, if you look at my laptop,
Yeah.
I collect stickers. So, is that something that you guys do as part of Printdeal, or do you have like a subsidiary for it specifically designed for this?
Oh, like that. Okay, like how we make all the products and where.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay. We're online printing company, so actually we print lots of things. We have a lot of products. Most of the products we now print at Visaprint in Venlo, because there's the biggest location for printing products in Europe. Actually, and besides, we also have other suppliers. Thank you. In Holland, that's also we actually want to do more and more with in Venlo, because that's part of our own company in the end. They will reduce the costs and make it easier, improve the quality of products. Yeah.
I saw on your website that you had a dedicated IT department of people to precise. That is on your website.
Right.
On your website, when my to register for this thing, so I was just looking about the companies, what companies are doing now. So I found that you have kept all these of your details.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So under IT department, I saw 39 people. So I have an impression that it's a IT e-commerce company.
That's a good one, because we have a lot of IT companies here in Deventer. We also work together with IT in Ukraine. Not because they're cheaper, I mean, like the cost is the same, but because it's so hard to find developers. That's why we actually work together with them. And it's not that we really outsource and just make something and we want it back. The product orders from here also go to Ukraine, and we also now have some programmers also from Ukraine going there watching development done. And together we work in Scrum teams together, making products, having Skype conversation with other tools. So it's very like closely working together with your products. But it's very important to have a good combination between those, so you're not too dependent outside, because if something happens, you have a big problem. So that's we also really
Then just for curiosity, how you ended up with today's meetup?
Sorry?
How you ended up with the idea of having meetup today?
Oh, good question. I studied here. I'm a student, and then I did my internship. Yeah, my last internship I did here, and I did research about how can attract developers to work here. And well, we also did meet and matches. It was very broad about very general. We showed the production process. We gave a presentation at stage, and well, we did all kinds of music. All kinds of people came, but like nearly ever and developers. That's actually really close. So I was all IT that I interviewed. When would you come to this? Well, it's a very fun talk with who is very interesting, like very about IT stuff, and outcome, nice food, and nice people, like that. And it came up, and it's actually more branded than I'm really into. Because people think, well, networking was very simple, companies just been perhaps one IT this when you don't know the company, you just hear networking. And I thought, well, how can we attract people? But also, first of all, they need to know what we're all doing with cool IT stuff. And before they will ever look on your website, and the job they want. And so that's first of all. And so just actually now it's only branding. It's nice that people come to work at us place because of meetups, but that will cost like 6 years to make that happen. So it's just for branding and fun, also for our own
And do you have any idea what kind of technologies that you use? Is it PHP or is it something else or is it a mix?
People who are coming here.
No, the people that work here.
They're working, I know, yeah. So it's
PHP? All PHP?
Yeah, all the developers use PHP as a main language. They also use, depending on your background, they also use JavaScript, HTML, CSS, JavaScript.
Now we are used to it.
So those languages, that's actually the main language we use. So we work with now we're working with PHP 5.6, but we're going to PHP 7.
Okay, so yeah.
We have a lot of work to do. We're also now this live with S365. We also want to keep up with the newest technology, Linux, AWS, so web services, Nginx, Linux.
Yeah, okay.
More. We try to use the most.
Yeah. Okay, so everything is moving to the cloud.
Yeah.
Talking about.
Yes, the pizza is there.
Yeah, I just wanted to show you one book.
Okay.
I got this at the conference I was last week. This is The Culture of Respect. It's a book about
Cool.
hiring and retraining developers.
Cool.
This is a personalized signed one for me, but I can give you the link. And
Yeah, that would be nice. Then I can look at it.
yeah,
Oh, that's very interesting.
yeah, it's a great book.
Whoa, cool. And like also practical because it's not too thick, you know,
Yeah.
like where I'm gonna start.
Yeah,
That's very nice.
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I will send you the link and let me see if I can get you a deal on the price.
Cool. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Yeah. And you, perhaps we have a sticker from Drug Group. That's a big one.
Yeah, I prefer these kind of sizes because I like to layer them as I go along. I also have brought these stickers, PHP 7 stickers, and I want to promote an online user group called PHP Nomad, or Nomad PHP, specifically designed for Europe.
Okay. I will later put a smaller sticker. I'm not today, but later on. But nice.
Yeah. Geeks love stickers.
Yeah.
This is me, and you will probably see other
Yeah,
people as well.
yeah, we have very funny hobbies actually. Public places, nice.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, and like I said, I use Sticker Mule for all sticker requirements. So I got an idea. I had my wife design the logo, and then I send it out to Sticker Mule and I got stickers. And everywhere I go, I go, here you go.
Nice,
Have fun.
nice. Yeah.
So maybe that would be something that you can also put on this wall, like
create a niche element like stickers or I want to have like flags or something. And you have like a flag business that just focuses on the flags and the people just upload an image and you send it over.
Oh, perhaps we can also, I'll check if the pizzas arrived.
We'll walk with it.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
I know the pizzas are there, you can check also if they're vegetarian.
papa bellen. Hey. Oh. Dan moet je toch lekker gaan slapen, Tigo. Nee, Tigo, lekker gaan slapen doen zo. Nee, heel goed. Nee. Ben je heel goed met bijpraten, ook, toch niet heel goed? Zo. Zie je mij nog of niet? Hartstikke goed, Tigo. Goed, zit Finn er ook? Hi Finn. Finn, wat heb jij boven je oog? Heb je een beetje oud gedaan? Een kusje erop? Zo, die staat ook al bijna. Ja. Ik wil heel erg met mama in bed slapen. Maar waarom papa dan slapen, Tigo? Dat is een goed idee. Dan als... Oké, dan doen we dat. Dan ga je nu net op je mama slapen en dan legt papa jou straks in je eigen bedje. Zullen we dat afspreken? Oh, helemaal goed. Pim, ga jij zo op lekker slapen doen? Je staat al bijna. Lekker slapen, schietje. Lekker slapen, Tigo.
रिव्यू कैसा अभी इसे मैनेज करना अपने बहुत है
मतलब
मैं जो लास्ट वो सोसाइटी में थी उन्होंने वो बाहर से देखे लोग लग रहे अंदर जाते बराबर ही पूरा अलग ही वो
घर चले जाते हैं ना और अपने लोग ऑफिस में घर बने तो उसके लिए उनको ये सब जरूरी है लेकिन मैंने कोई बहाना सोचा था उसको बोलने का
ऑफिस में करते अलग बात है यहाँ में किसी का भी नाम ले लेगा
मास्क पहन कर
तो ये बोले बैग भी देखा ना वो कॉस्ट्यूम पहन के जाते हैं एक जगह कॉम्पिटिशन के लिए वो क्या बोलते हैं ये जो है ना शेल्डन फ्लैश बोलता है फ्लैश को ऐसा ऐसा करके बहुत फास्ट कर सकते
अरे वो एक बार वो भी तो बना था एक बार वो डॉक्टर इफेक्ट भी तो बना था
वो तो खतरनाक वो तो बहुत सी
फिर आज दोपहर में मैंने नक्शे में वो वाला एपिसोड देखा वो कॉमिक वाले से हार जाता है
उसके
हाँ उसको ग्रैंड में
अरे वो एक्चुअली वो मीटिंग जो है ना जो स्टार ट्रेक की सीरीज थी ना इसका वन ऑफ द राइटर का एक्टिंग था
हाँ तो और वैसे भी एक था बूढ़ा आया था पता है उनके घर पे जाते वो भी रियल वाला था तो आज पे वो जो तू वो पहली बार हुआ ना वो उसको पत्ते खेलने में हरा देता है बॉलिंग उसमें लास्ट में ना दोनों में आप लोग ऐसा शर्ट लगाते कि जो हारेगा ना
अजीब अजीब कॉस्ट्यूम पहनेगा
जो जीतेगा ना वो बोलेगा वो करना पड़ेगा वैसे था तो फिर लास्ट में जो
क्या पहनाते हो राज तो खतरनाक दिखता है उसमें अभी जो एपिसोड देख रहा हूँ ना उसमें राज को क्या ड्रीम आ रहे कि उसको ना हार्वर्ड की गर्लफ्रेंड पार्टनर वो उस पर लाइक मार रहा है उसको गुस्सा नहीं आ रहा उसको
वो उसका स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट देखा था उन दोनों में किस
उसके बाद उसके सपने चालू होते हैं बस किस होता है वो तो खतरनाक है वो बहुत दारू पी करते हैं बता राज एक बार दारू पे तो गया काम से मैंने बिल्कुल किस भी नहीं क्या बोलता और जैसी वो दिखती वो उसके गर्लफ्रेंड को किस करने जाता हार्वर्ड बीच में दोनों किस
उसका नहीं मेरे को वो जब चिल्ला था उसी एपिसोड में वो जब चिल्ला तो उसी का आवाज़ लगा उस लड़की का क्योंकि वो सेम था लेकिन वो हार्वर्ड की माँ को अभी तक नहीं देखा है ना
आवाज़ सबसे बाहर लेके चली मतलब वो घर कर रहा था और इतना ज़बरदस्त एक्टिंग कर रहा था बंदा
आज की ये कमेंट है शायद से कि मेरा ना ये ग्रुप में कोई वैल्यू नहीं कोई मुझे कहना मानता ही नहीं कभी भी कि हाँ लोग तेरा कहना हर टाइम मानते हैं बोले अगर तूने इस टाइम बोला ना तो मैं ऐसा बोल सकता हूँ कि हर टाइम मानते नहीं तो तुम लोग मेरा कहना नहीं मानते
बहुत ही भयंकर कैरेक्टर दिखा रहा है सुपर अभी वो अरे क्या बीच में इसमें क्या होता है पहली कॉन्टेक्ट करती है कि उसका पूरा ये होता है कि बोलते हैं कि मेरा लीडर के साथ रिलेशनशिप है, ठीक है, हम लोग भी उनका ब्रेकअप हो जाएगा, जब सीजन में जाएगा तो ब्रेकअप के बाद वो ऐसा अजम्पशन पे करती है जब आपको पता नहीं कि मेरा इसके साथ रिलेशनशिप चल रहा है, तो शेल्डन वो देखा, शेल्डन को पता था नहीं वो, तो वो पूरा एग्रीमेंट पेपर का बना था कि Penny, now you are back in relationship, so I have some agreements for you also. वो बोलते हैं रात भर बैठ के ये सब बनाया ना, तो I have to discuss that. तो फिर बोलता we have breakup. फिर वो बोलता तुम लोग किसी और के बारे में कदर ही नहीं करते बोलते हैं. लेकिन वो तीन कैरेक्टर को सबसे हाईएस्ट पे मतलब पहले 3 सीजन तक उनको पर एपिसोड 60 मिला, उसके बाद उनको कुछ 2 लाख पर एपिसोड, फिर चौथे सीजन से लेके छठे 7वें सीजन तक उनको 2 लाख USD मिला पर एपिसोड, और उसके बाद उनको और भी हाइक दिया, प्लस वो उनकी जो सीरीज का इनकम है उनका कुछ हिस्सा वो 3 जो है ना वो 3 हाईएस्ट वो भी उसके बाद बाकी के 2
ना होता पर एपिसोड $23
Ik kan niet bij de live opgeven.
De demo-omgeving hier is goed genoeg, toch? Oh jee. Ik ga nou weer voor de...
Dit is ook gewoon waarom ik gezegd heb, geef die dingen aan. Gast, ik heb die dingen zelf verzonnen. Ja, gewoon de vorige keer was
If there are people with bad eyesight, please move to the front because in the back you will probably not see the code very well. By the way, I want to take a selfie with
Wij hebben op de site wel andere dingen.
Oh ja.
Het is niet een beetje duidelijk. Ik zeg andere mensen wat ze moeten maken.
It's a special one.
I think this is everyone.
No, not yet.
Not yet?
No.
Alright.
Ja. Ik heb wel eens goed idee.
Since we're waiting for more people to come, who wants to have PHP 7 stickers?
Yes! Free stuff!
Making friends already. There you go. Yes. More people. Alright, there you go. Everyone got them? Well, if you want more, I got still plenty. So. Someone here also interested in PHP Nomad? Come and see me. Yeah, come and see me after the session. We're complete right now?
I think so, yeah.
Alright. First of all, welcome. If you guys want to have Wi-Fi, if you can read it, that's the Wi-Fi password. If not, you need to sit closer. That's the deal. So thank you very much. Today we're going to talk about Ruby. PHP 7. First of all, I want to thank Drukwerk Deal for this meetup. Thank you very much. And I would like to give a word to you so you can explain what you guys do and so on. You probably need the mic as well.
No, I don't think so. Can you hear me in the back as well?
And the people at home?
And if not, please come to the front. Well, I think your talk is more interesting than mine, so please keep in mind. Everyone, very welcome to the Drukwerk Deal. I see some faces for the third or fourth time. I don't even know for sure which. I don't even know how many events we've had before, but I think a couple of them. We're very proud to have Michelangelo van Dam here tonight to talk about PHP 7. Those of you who have never heard of Drukwerk Deal or have never been here before, we're quite a young company, about 10 years young, printing all kinds of materials online. So we're really an e-commerce company, doing a lot of development in-house, all in PHP. So for us, a very interesting talk, I think, tonight. If you have any questions, there are a lot of Drukwerk Deal people here. Most of them can be found in the back. So if you have any questions, go to them or go to Tim, of course. Okay, have a great night, everyone.
What's this? Apparently it's an elephant. And don't run away, I still need you. Good. I still need you. Because today I'm here, but today is also the birthday of Zev Zurabsky, one of the three founders of PHP, and we call him the masters of PHP. So what I want you to do is take your phone and record everyone saying happy birthday Zev. And I will be alongside everyone. Sorry for the people at home, you will see the video afterwards. Alright, everyone say happy birthday to Zev. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday, Zev! Alright, who's having a good time already? There you go, there you go. Alright, a small introduction about me. I'm Michelangelo van Dam. I live in Belgium. I'm a PHP consultant. I consider myself also a community leader. I'm president of PHP Benelux, and I am involved with a lot of open source projects. So if you are in an area where you want to be in contact with other PHP developers, or you want to start a user group yourself, come and see me after this talk. I'm sure that I can inspire you to get started on that. But we're not here to talk about community, we're talking about PHP. So this is my schedule for today. First of all, we need to see what has changed in PHP 7, also the new things, maybe some interesting things that you need to know, and of course migrating PHP 5 apps to PHP 7 will probably be a very interesting part of this session. At the end, closing remarks, questions will be answered. So let's get started. So what has changed since PHP 5? Well, first of all, PHP 7 had a couple of backwards compatibility breaks that were necessary because in PHP 5 things were not working the way they should work. A couple of things that people were really complaining about is the fact that you have errors that you could not capture. So all of a sudden you got the white page of death, and that was it. So people decided, okay, let's take another approach. Let's make the errors also working the same way as exceptions. So in order to do that, we needed to come up with a layer below the exception, which was throwable. So now exceptions are extending throwable, but errors now also extend throwable. So exceptions and errors are on the same level. So it's not like, okay, I capture everything with the exception, so my errors will be captured. No, you need to what is that? Is someone playing with the audio? Oh, yeah, okay. I thought it was me, but it was you. So the errors in we have a mic problem here.
It's very noisy.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
Still
Yeah. So for the people back home, she's in the back.
Oh, they missed back home.
I'm not sure. I mean, can someone see how many people are on the live stream? It's on. This one works. No, another one works. Okay. Yeah. We're back in business. Okay. And I keep the antenna out. So when you have errors being thrown, you need to capture them with the throwable class, and that way you can actually have like the lowest level of error handling done inside your applications. Of course, this has an effect on your exception handling. When you have an exception handler in place, for instance, you want to have a third-party service handling your exceptions, you might want to change that so that instead of capturing all the exceptions except the errors, it now also captures the errors. So you need to modify that. Also the internal classes, when you make a failure at construct, they all now throw an exception. The only thing that now throws errors is when you have parse errors or something like that. And I'm holding this thing on. I'm not going to slam my
You have another one?
That's better. I need to hold this one.
No, it's probably this one.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. All right.
This it better? All right. So we had a fatal error on the mic.
It's throwable.
It's throwable. There you go. Thank you very much. Applause. So let's have a look at how this looks in code. So let's start off with example is new example. Of course, you get a PHP 5 error output because the class example is not found, and so on and so on. And when we look at the error in PHP 7, it actually says PHP fatal error. Yeah, of course, laser doesn't work on TV screens. PHP fatal error, uncaught error, class example not found. So now you can actually capture all your errors, which in many cases works very good when you're developing applications, especially when they're very complex. Let me put it that way. Of course, exception handling is still the same way as you do at the PHP 5 level. So you have a very nice try catch. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there you go. You have the exception handler. You capture all the exceptions, and then you can print out the message, or you can pass it on to third-party servers or whatever you want to do with the exceptions. You make the exception handler available. Then you have class foo, throw new exception, and then of course PHP 5 will just produce the error, and then PHP 7 will also produce the error just the same way. When you create an error, of course, in PHP 5 you had a fatal error, bang, everything stopped working. Now you get a nice message saying, okay, I'm an error, class foo not found. Because you can now actually catch everything. Catch the exception, catch the error, and then at the lowest level, capture the throwable. So if you really want to do perfect capturing of these things, yeah, you can have it all here.
Is it still possible to get the line where the error was created?
Yeah, I just captured the message, not the stack trace.
Oh.
So I mean, the way that you want to handle your errors and your exceptions is completely up to you. But this is a very nice and clean way to make sure that at least you have like a error page displaying, hey, something went wrong. We have our monkeys work on this or something like that. Another thing, even though everyone on the internet says variables, you should avoid them. I myself find them very convenient, especially when you have like things like templating and those kind of things. They're very convenient in my opinion. So when you have these variables, with PHP 5, it was basically going from left to right. And that was how variables were interpreted. Now, when you do this with PHP 5, it's not that clear anymore because it now first tries to capture the last part and then puts it with the first part. So it goes from right to left. So in PHP 5, you get like a illegal string offset because bash was not found, as it goes from left to right, while the logic says it needs to go from right to left. And this is the thing that PHP 7 has changed over time, because a lot of people complain about it's it's not logic, it works not correctly with my brain and those kind of things. And then people were at PHP Core saying, yeah, something is wrong with your brain, but more people were having brain problems, so they said, yeah, let's fix this. So we got now a right to left kind of approach. Now we get our execution the way it should be. Globals. First of all, I consider globals to be something you want to avoid as much as possible, because they can change over time, and all of a sudden you spend like days searching for why is this changed, and you get really random output. But they have a purpose in some applications. But when you have globals and you have variable that you want to declare, yeah, you're in a nice treat, because in PHP 5 it says, okay, we have a and $hello basically with worlds. So when we echo a and the $hello, then yeah, you get like very nice output. But when we are working with PHP 7, especially when we move on to the next versions of PHP 7, we want to make sure that we always have a declaration from right to left. And therefore we are already suggesting, it's not triggering any errors at this moment, but it will be, that you have from right to left the approach where you define your variable within brackets. Just to make sure that there is no conflict and it processes the way that you want to emphasize and not the other way around, because you don't want to have surprises. So when you go through this code, always, especially with variables, use the brackets to make sure that it evolves or evaluates the variable first that you want to evaluate, and then move on to the next variable evaluation. Okay? Okay. List orders. Did someone already notice that PHP 5 reverses elements in the array when you call list on them? No? Okay. So, surprise! No, that was one of those things that was really awkward. You have an array 1, 2, 3, and when you call list on them, it reverses the order, and it didn't make any sense. So after a lot of complaining, after a lot of crying, they actually have it now in the correct order as you have put it in the array, which makes more sense. But anyway, now PHP 5.6 is still reversing, because I reversed it here just to make sure that it's not my mistake. But now it reverses the array again, and PHP 7 has the correct order. For each, is there someone in the room that doesn't use for each? Okay, pay good attention. The for each internal pointer is in PHP 5, when you iterate over your elements, the internal pointer that you use in for each loop is modified. And from time to time it creates like very weird results, as you can see in this example. And this is only when you have a for each with a reference marker. In normal cases it's okay, but when you use a reference, you get like weird behavior. So when you have an array 0, 1, 2, and you loop through it, then all of a sudden you get 1, 2, false. It does not really make sense, but okay. And in PHP 7, you don't get a boolean back, you get 0, 0, 0. So there is still something that the PHP community wants to emphasize here. Don't use by reference in your for each loops. On the other note, there is a way to still use the element or by reference. When you have like A, B, C, like strings, the current is A, and when we reach the end, we actually close with a double no line, and the last element is still executed in PHP 5.6, and it's removed here at PHP 7.0. So again, when using the reference, with PHP 5 you have the option to validate the current element, and then when false, something was able to do something else. In PHP 7 this is no longer the case. So when we iterate through the elements, as you can see in the previous slides, it returned false, and then you had an option to at least capture that and do something else. They removed that functionality in PHP 7. Again, basically saying don't use the by reference element, because you don't get the results that you want to expect. That's the bottom line. Another very interesting and also a very overlooked kind of thing, that's the invalid octals. So when I have a number, for instance, I have this from a financial report, I get a number 0128, because they want to have the nice field padding. In PHP 5 it was accepted as 10, because it saw the three first elements, 0, 1 and 2, and stopped right there, and converted that into octal and removed the rest of the number. In PHP 7 it will trigger a parse error, and this is one of the specific errors that PHP 7 now introduces. With PHP 7 it will trigger the error and will say, hey, this is an invalid octal number. So either you need to cast it into an integer, if you still want to have that 0 in front of it, or otherwise you need to convert it into a string or into another type, so it can be evaluated properly. But at least you are aware that it tries to convert it into an octal number. Is there someone who's using PHP for bit calculations? No? No. So I can basically skip this one. Negative bit shifts. So let me just go over it. With PHP, when you have a lot of bits that you want to process and you go over the bottom line, which is 0, PHP 5 says, okay, well, still, here you have 0. In PHP 7, it will just say fatal, and you have an arithmetic error because you cannot have a negative number in place, so therefore it will stop right there. And of course, on the flip side, you cannot go negative, but you can also not go over the maximum limit. So if you have like a binary upload or something, and you want to do some bit calculations on top of that, it will also create a parse error. This is different because this is PHP 5.3 triggered a parse error, and PHP 5.6 and PHP 7 will just call this, okay, no, it will not do anything, it will not trigger an error. So even though it isn't a very good approach with at least processing the bit elements, I feel that when you go over a certain limit, it should raise an error or an exception, at least to say, hey, you're over the maximum amount that we can handle at this point. But that's my personal preference. Since we're doing calculations, division by 0, even that is in PHP not really changed, except for the fact that instead of just throwing a warning, it will also produce a new format. First of all, num is already known, but you also have the new type inf to say, oh, you have a number and you cannot divide it by 0. So it will be infinite, so to speak. So you do get a value back. And because it's a warning, it's not an error, process will still continue. But you need to be aware of that now you have a value and you cannot do anything with it. Arithmetic, I mean. Hex values. Yeah, we celebrated Zef's birthday today. He's 28 years old in hex, so try to figure out his real age. But yeah, hex values, you can convert strings easily to hexadecimal numbers and compare them with integers. You can figure out, oh, it's a numeric. Hexadecimal numbers are still numerics. But you cannot, you can do summary, mathematical comparisons, mathematical functionality on top of that. But you can also have like substring of an hexadecimal element from a string, so it will say, oh, this is a letter, it will convert it to a string or character, and then it will look up, oh, this is the one. So in PHP 5 it was all processing. In PHP 7 it says, okay, you have false, that is 0 because I cannot convert it, and then a non-well format numeric value encountered. So the moment that you use any hexadecimal entry, so starting with 0 followed by an X, it thinks of it as a hexadecimal value. So especially when you work with a lot of like secret keys or hashes or those kind of things, pay attention. If there is a 0x in it, or at least starts with 0x, you might want to regenerate the hash again. Okay. Of course, these are all the backwards compatibility breaks, so the functionality existed and still exists, but the behavior changed. But there is also a whole bunch of things that were removed from PHP 5 to PHP 7. Yeah, there are two functions. You have call user method, call user method array, and they now have the call user func and call user func array. It was more convenient for the people to use the genuine, because the call user method and method array were basically aliases for the existing functionality. If you use mcrypt, the whole mcrypt library or the extension has been removed, so that means that you might want to have another encryption facility in place. I can recommend the bcrypt elements, or use other PHP functionalities, PHP extensions for better encryption. What else? Dates format, set time zone ID. Basically, it's now just set time zone. Now you can use strings to set it. You no longer have to look up, okay, what's the ID for this time zone? You can just set it as a string and you're okay. You also have the static approach, where you have international date formatter. There's a lot of changes also in the international functionality, but we will cover this later. So the international date formatter set time zone ID has become into the Intel date formatted set time zone, same as above, but now for international configurations. And of course, magic quotes runtime. I don't think that people were actually using that. In the case that you do, you need to replace this. Doing this at runtime is, in my opinion, a not so good idea, because it will have an enormous impact on your application. So if you do, please use the INI settings, or have a configuration in place for actually having the magic quotes there set. And of course, the sockets, they were already being moved towards the streams, and now, we removed the socket blocking into stream blocking, and you should be fine. Maybe for image processing, I think you guys here do a lot of image processing, so these functionalities should be elements that you use. Do you use the GD library or Imagic? Not much, okay.
A little bit.
A bit. So you might want to check if you have these functionalities that you use, because they have completely been removed. Last but not least, the MySQL extension. I think this is the most discussed extension that will be removed in PHP 7. Well, it has been removed in PHP 7. So if you want to still use MySQL, use MySQL-i, which is the improved version of the MySQL driver, and better yet, use PDO. But we will get to
Please?
I don't see anything on the display. That's why we have
We're back in business. I think, it should be okay. So, another thing that has been removed, but I don't think that there is anyone in this room or even in this country that actually is going to miss it. Using the script language is PHP? No! Yeah. There you go. Or using the ASP tags. Are there ASP developers or previous ASP developers? You use this kind of tag? No. No. And why not? I mean, it looks nice if you're coming from it. No, it does not look nice. Okay. So, it's no longer available. Also, the shorthand notation also no longer existing. So, like I said, nobody will miss it. Is there anyone who is very familiar with PHP I9 setting? Are there sysadmins or DevOps here? No? Okay. Always populate raw post data. That's a I9 setting that's been removed. I mean, it's the same thing as the Y2K. How do you say that? The Y2K compatibility flag is one. I mean, it was not giving any purpose anymore. Of course, ASP tags, because you could also set the ASP tags specifically, they have been removed. And XLS security prefs also has been removed. Now we have like proper functionality inside PHP, which will benefit your code even better. If you guys did some raw post data processing, you probably already started using PHP inputs. If not, now's a good time to get started on it. And INI files should not have a hash element in front of it to say this is a comment. Always use semicolon. Bless you. Funget arg and funget args always return the current value of the arguments. what happened in PHP 5 when you had funget arguments, it always gave the values that were inputted, not if they changed inside the code. Now it follows your code. So if your input changes inside your code and you call this again, the values will return the proper actual values and not the initial values. Okay, that was quite a bunch. Are there questions? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I know it was a little bit boring, but we needed to get started with something, right? What's new in PHP? I think this is the most exciting part. Anyone knows what scalars are? Yes, sir. What are scalars?
Singular variable values.
The value of the variables. Okay. Because we now have scalar type declarations. So scalar type declarations come in two flavors. Coercive, which is the default behavior of PHP 7 at this point, or strict, but that requires a declaration statement per the file where it's being called upon. Now you can actually have your parameters that you pass into functions can be declared. So now you can say, I have function do something with a value or a variable foo, and foo must be a string. Now you can say string in front of the variable saying, okay, it has to be a string, and if not, it will trigger an error. So that is pretty awesome. Now you have more focus control on input and output of your functionality. So you have it for strings, integers, floating point numbers, and booleans. So at least you know that you don't need to do any validation of, is this an integer, is this a string or whatever inside the code of your functionality. It checks it right at the input. So that's pretty awesome. So coercive, well, for instance, here you have a sum, integer A and an integer B, return A and B. With PHP 7, if you don't declare it specifically, it will say, okay, the input is 9 or the output is 9. And in the case where you inject floating point numbers, it will try to convert it into an integer and return you the value. Nice thing is to notice that 4.5 and 5.5 are not giving you a result of 10, but 9. And this is all because of the floating point mistake inside PHP.
No, it's because casting to an integer will actually always go down.
Okay, so it will always take the 4,
yeah,
you say?
It takes the 4 and the 5, and it doesn't round up to 5 and 6.
Okay. Okay, so it takes the 4 instead of the 5. I will take your word on this. So if people on the internet are saying something else, and I will open up my Twitter and it will be something else, we will have a nice discussion now.
Okay.
No, I take your word for it. I mean, I'm not a computer scientist. I don't know what the bottom line is. I know how to use this stuff. So yeah, you have no errors, no signaling saying something is wrong. It will just cast it into the type that you have declared it, and that's it. Of course, you also want to have a strict type declaration, and all you have to do is make sure that you have declare strict types equals 1 as the first statement of your application. So if you use namespaces, the namespaces go below this. Okay? If you want to have strict type checking, you need to put it as the first entry in the file of that class that you're using. And then when you do a var dump of the integer, it still gives you 9. If you do a floating point entry, it will automatically trigger a fatal error. Uncaught type error, argument 1 passed to sum must be of the type integer, and a float is given. So it will give you more control over your application infrastructure.
Can you put this declaration inside the php.ini or no?
No, this is on a file basis.
There was a lot of discussion about it, right?
Yeah.
What was your opinion about it? Because we went to PHP Benelux
and the guy that gave, well, basically the same presentation, he said that there was like 50-50, a lot of discussion among the top developers about exactly this declaration structure.
Yeah, well, after the 30 mails in the thread in less than like a few minutes, I decided to just unsubscribe from that thread, so I didn't follow the whole discussion. I just said, okay, you know what, just like with the namespace character, the whole debate about, okay, are we going for dots or are we going backslash or slash or whatever, it started into like I prefer this over this kind of discussion. This is the way that PHP is doing it right now, and I can only imagine that it's now an evaluation purpose to see are people really using this, and if so, how are they using it? And if the feedback is like we prefer to have this like a global state, then we can set it as a runtime configuration or in PHP i9. And I think that will be the mindset behind what we're doing right now. Because most people say, yeah, but we do love to have the type declaration, but we don't want to have a trigger of the error triggering, because yeah, our application flow will break on this. Me, on the other hand, I prefer this kind of thing because I don't have to do additional validation inside my code base. So, yeah. Also, because you have to declare the whole file, that means that all type checking will be done in the whole file. So not just the declaration is on top and you have the first function here, and then the rest of the function will not have it. It will be for all the functions that you have in that particular file. And also, something that you also need to know is you declare this in the location where you actually call the functionality and not in the construction file. So if you have a class, it has no purpose to put declare in that file because it's not the file that will be calling it. So I think if you use Bootstrap kind of approach, that you want to have it declared in the Bootstrap, and then you probably have more ability to have it like application-wide, but not system-wide, those kind of things. But yeah, it's more trial and error, and there's still a lot to try, and with the release only like 2 months ago and 2 conferences in between, I didn't actually had a lot of time to go through all that. Yes?
So you can call the same function with the same parameters and it has different behavior.
What do you mean, different behavior?
Because it's in another file where you call it.
Yeah, if you have one call with the strict type declaration and the other not, yeah, then you have different results.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to PHP.
It's a feature.
I mean, yeah, I mean, no, but
Defined behavior.
I really think that it's now under evaluation because there are so many people shouting, yes, we want this, and you can find as many people saying, no, we don't want to have this. I prefer to have this kind of approach because you have more control over the input and the output. Yes, sir?
Will it only be declarable for the file that's actually used, or if you like have another file which includes another file which declares the strict types, would also be in the parent file?
So when you use a function like include, yeah, that you include a functions file and you have it declared, no, you need to have it in the file where you actually call this, and don't put the include statements above this. You need to have the include statements below the declaration, otherwise it's still not working. Okay? It really, really has to be the first line that you write, except from comments. Comments you can put on top, but that has to be the first line. Okay?
But also if you use the include routes,
Yes?
include files,
Yep. Also.
the first files where you
Yes.
include it, that's the one that's
Yeah, if you want, I can show you, because I come back on this, so you will have a nice example of that. Okay, this is the strict type declaration when you have the variables declared to your functions, but you also have now a return type declaration. So return type declaration is basically give you this functionality returns me a type of integer or string or whatever. Now you can actually declare it and have an additional check on, okay, what is my return value? Again, it comes into modes coercive, which is the default, and strict to make sure that if it's not what you specified, it will trigger a fatal error. Okay, so coercive, now you just put the column in and then the type behind your function bracket, and it will do the checking already. And this is where I was a little bit doubting your explanation, because now all of a sudden I got an output of 10.
But now it adds the two floating numbers and then rounds them or force them actually.
Well, that's a very good explanation. So yeah, it evaluates the floating point values, and because we declare it as an integer, it returns me an integer back.
Yeah.
And then it rounds it up again or down. Yeah. Very good, very good. So yeah, this is exactly what it does. And when you have the strict type on, it will say, sorry, because we have the sum must be of type integer, but we try to return a float. So again, you're right. You know what? I'm gonna give you a sticker already. Here you go, sir. Very well done, very well done. Okay, on to the next one. What? Yeah, go ahead. You want to? No. All right, right. Maybe you want to do something. You also want a sticker?
Yeah, sure.
Here you go. F2. Yeah, so everyone's a winner. I mean, there's more to go. No worries. The null coalesce operator, and this is a very fancy name just to say, hey, we make life a lot more easier. Because this first line, I mean, I wrote this a million times. It says this variable, then give me back the variable, otherwise give me another variable or another value. Now I can just say question mark, and I'm done. So, who likes this? There you go, there you go. Everyone's happy. See? It says birthday, everyone is happy. And also, and this is especially for my friend Davy Shafiq, if you're watching, this is for you. The trinary operator, otherwise known as the spaceship operator. Spaceship operator returns you three distinct values. -1 if the left operand is less than the right operand, 0 if they're both equal, or 1 if the left operand is greater than the right operand. Of course, this will be used a lot in sorting kind of approaches. I was not able to come up with something else than sorting, so I used usort. So you have A alpha, Z Zulu, B beta, H hotel. And before PHP 7 we used a combo of a ternary operator. So what we had was A less than B, otherwise, if that's the case, give me -1, otherwise A bigger than B, give me 1, otherwise 0. And don't forget your brackets, otherwise things will go crazy very fast. Who's been in that situation? Don't lie to me, don't lie to me. We all have been there. Now, so Now it's very easy. You say A, spaceship B, you're good. David, awesome. Thank you. I love it. So David Shafiq, the guy that wrote several of the books, he got this in. So anyway, constant arrays. Who defines constants in his classes? A lot of people, right? The normal thing was you could only put in strings. Guess what? Now you can put in arrays. So instead of having like a massive list of, okay, this is my item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, I just say constant, bang, all items. Works pretty good. I think you guys can relate to that as well, right? Yeah, well done. So yeah, I think this is a very good improvement. At least gives me a lot of more options. And once you discover it, all of a sudden you see more options than you wish you had. Anonymous functions. Okay. Anonymous functions are around since PHP 5.4, I think, or 5.4, I think, right? If I remember correctly. Anyway, you had anonymous functions that you could use, and the nice callback functionality that you always put in place. Now you can actually have throwaway functions on the fly, and all you have to do is say new, and bang, there you go. So basically, you now have like JavaScript power in PHP. Every JavaScript developer was saying, hey, we need to have this, we need to have this. Yeah, now we have it in PHP. Even more awesome. So now we can use the new keywords, we can pass arguments through it in their constructors, we can extend to other classes, we can implement interfaces, we can even use traits. So, I mean, go nuts on this one. I mean, I had just fun getting this little thing in place. So, who uses logging functionality? Yeah, if you don't, you might want to try use this. Okay, Jordi has this monologue thing, which is awesome, but if you don't want to fiddle with Composer, you can write this simple thing and it will automatically provide you a logging functionality. Not that it writes to somewhere, but at least you have logging. So now you have a new application, so Logger new class implements Logger. And as you can see, all I do is new class implements Logger. That's it. I'm not even saying function or brackets or anything. I just say new class implements Logger. I don't have to define it. Public function log, string message, echo message. And then I can just say get Logger and wow. It outputs, of course, because it's a VARDUP. It says anonymous number 2, because I was playing with it. But yeah, it's very easy if you have functionality and you go like, yeah, I need this kind of class implementation, but I don't want to write the whole class because that's creating a file and all that. I mean, with all the automated features in IDEs nowadays, it's basically pressing a button, but who wants to press a button now? Right? Nobody wants that. So just go with anonymous functions, just on the fly. Yes, sir?
Would that work for extends as well as implements?
Yes, sir. It's extending other classes, implementing interfaces, even use traits.
Nice.
Look at that. Look, I just made one person happy, very happy. Can someone take a picture of that? I mean, that was...
My battery's dead.
I'm already thinking about code, and you can use that to have on-the-fly decorator pattern.
Yeah.
So I could easily debug something on the fly. And
Exactly. Exactly.
my work week just went from 40 hours to maybe 2.
It went to 80 hours because you have so much fun creating these kind of things that you cannot stop working on this. So no, really, it's one of these nice things that I discovered. Like, this is awesome, and you just I need this function. I don't want to write a class. Okay, got it. So yeah, there's a whole lot of things that you can do with it. So. By the way, is there someone that uses a smartphone and uses a lot of emojis on it?
Yes.
Look, especially for you. There you go. Other people make me happy. I'm in the happy business today. Good. Okay, so if you worked with Unicode before, your syntax was basically limited to 3 characters. So instead of the 5 that we have here, you only had like access to 3. Let me put it different. You had access to 4 characters. Therefore, you only had like a basic ASCII set with Unicode support. So you did have the opportunity to have nice characters in Chinese or Korean or Hindi, but that was it. In PHP, they actually extended it to allow up to 6 characters. So now you have the basic ASCII set, plus the Unicode set, plus the extras. I mean, I'm the dragon face here. Anyone cares for Ace of Spades? Okay, he died, but... And of course, everything is squared okay, right? So, yeah, now you can have like nice interfaces, and you don't have to download these funky icons. Now you can just use Unicode emojis right in your application. No longer a floppy disk for saving. Press the dragon face. Alright, of course, when I saw this, the first thing that went through my mind is, can I use it in declarations? Unfortunately, not yet. So, for those people among you who had crazy ideas just like me, we have to wait a while. So PHP 6 is not coming yet. Another nice feature is unpacking objects. Unpacking objects, this can be used to unpack the objects that implement area access interface. For those of you who haven't learned about area access, I have 3 people who are very familiar with area access. They can tell you everything you need to know about it, and even more. So, when we have an area object, or area object implements area interface, so that's convenient. I can now say, okay, object append, and then say A, B in my list, and I get my apple. So, oh yeah, it's for dump 0, sorry, my mistake. Let's fix this. Come on, it was like 6 in the morning. There you go.
Oh, function dragon face.
Function dragon face.
You can use the actual emoji.
Ah, you can. There you go. Look, okay, you cannot use the Unicode string character, but you can use the emoji. There you go. Nice. You're gonna have a lot of fun this weekend. So, when we dump here A0, no.
Sure, that's it.
I had it correct, guys. I had it correct. What are you guys doing? There you go. So when you dump A, you get the apple, right? And B is the banana. So now you can have like, as soon as you have the area access interface implemented, you can just approach it very conveniently to unpack all your objects and list them the way you want it. Since now also the list ordering is also maintained, so no more surprises there. So a lot of benefits you will get. Alright, we already saw the division by 0 error, and that's been modified. But from time to time you need to do like, okay, I need to do some calculation. I can do the division, I can do the modulo, but I actually need to have like the real the integer value of the division. Not the float, but the integer value. Then you had to wrap it around an integer, or you need to cast it to an integer, and so on and so on. Now you have a very convenient function called intdiff, and to calculate, for instance, the amount of pages that you need in your pagination. All you have to do is say intdiff the total entries and the pages per page, and you get the amount of pages that you want to iterate through. Very convenient, and I think a lot of people will definitely gonna love this. So you can actually create like very nice pagination right there. Of course, people who use frameworks and has it already in there, but I like old school. If there are people that love regex, is there someone? Regex? Okay. Well, a fair amount of people. You do know that the E modifier is removed, so no more expression kind of checking. You do have the preg replace callback and preg replace callback array, which gives you a lot more power over how you want to evaluate your regular expressions. I will give you an example of callback array because that was awesome to try stuff with. So let's say we have a phone number, and if people work with collecting personal details, people have a million ways to define a phone number in their form fields. So I just did this, and when you have normalization in place, now I can just stack it up, and I have like all kinds of filter rules, and it will just produce me a very clean phone number, or email address, or whatever kind of thing that you want to have in your database normalized. This is perfectly to go through like stepping. This needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, and so on. Gives you a lot more control. You can also use the preg and then put an array of things, but yeah, this works a little bit better because now you can actually have functions. So I used a anonymous function right here, but if you have a class with validation and filtering rules, well, you can just call those filter and validation rules right there. Makes it a whole lot more easy to process it. So now, everything is in place. Return +31 if you have like a 0 in front, and then remove the spaces and so on. So you can actually stack a whole bunch of rules. If the rule is not applied, it will not trigger any errors. It will just do nothing. So. Most of the time when we include files or we want to reference a file, we use _dir_, and then we put dir name in front of it to go to a level deeper. Well, guess what? Dir name now has a second argument. So now I can say I want to go 2 levels deep on dir name, so it will go to path2 instead of path2 full bar. And then if I go over my limit, so I only have 4 segments, but I will call 8, it will go to the lowest level it can reach. It will not trigger an error, so if you don't know by a headshot, just say 100, you're always okay that you will reach the first line. Then again, why don't you put the slash in front? I also checked this on Windows, but on Windows you can use the backslash that Windows uses for directories, but you can also use the /, so it does not make a difference. So if you are, who uses Windows? Okay, well, 50-50. So yeah, it also works on Windows paths, no problem. There are people that deploy stuff on IIS servers and on Azure, like me. So, another nice feature, and you will probably love this as well, is bind closure on call. It's a nice intro for a horror movie, I think, but okay. First of all, you have two new methods on the closure. So the closure bind to and the closure static bind. It accepts two arguments, the object, of course, where you want to point it to, and the scope where this is being accessed. Okay. Can I be more cryptic?
Is this like call and apply on JavaScript?
Was similar, like this one. So I have an abstract class called vehicle, and I want to use the Belgium VAT 21%. Car extends vehicle and is type car, and van is a vehicle of type van. Then I have sales, I have a sell vehicle, vehicle type and price, closure function the price, return the price, and then calculate the VAT and the total price. Closure bind to type and type, return closure price, and then as you can see here, now the sales is a new sales, and I want to sell vehicles, which is a new car for the amount of 20,000. And then the output is of course 20,000 for 24,200, and the same thing goes with sales, sell vehicle, the new van, and the value that I want to process. So basically, when I go back to the declaration, this is the class that you want to be run inside your closure. And the second argument is the scope where this needs to process on. Is the example now making more sense, or the declaration making more sense? Yeah? I'm watching you, because I can see like all these machines going up and down. It's amazing. But no despair, there's also a shortcut and the closure call. The closure call allows you to basically say, okay, I have a class with a private greeting world, and I create my closure with a prefix and echo the prefix plus this greeting, because that is what you want to define. And you closure call, instantiate new hello world, and the scope is hello. So basically, behind the scenes is this, a lot of work to actually get the same end result here. And it also exists in a static method, so we can even call it static. Yeah? People are using generators over here, except for, no, for on the camping. In generators, in PHP 5 you were able to do a whole lot of stuff to automate things and have like very nice features, but now you can actually say, okay, I want to have a return value as well. Basically like an end of process and return me a status or something like that. And that return element will not be executed when you are actually going over your generator. It will only be called with getReturn, and getReturn will give you like the feedback from that system. So now you can have the generator actually give you feedback, because that was the biggest complaint about generators. So I think this is going to improve a lot of the functionality that I've seen when people were building the generators and giving more information about, okay, what's the current status of my generator. People are already familiar with using namespaces in PHP, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. One thing that I like about Java and hated in PHP is I have all these namespace declarations, and they're all part of the same group, and I cannot like bind them or group them. I always have to have the full line name there. Well, look again, group use declarations. Now you can have the use keyword declaring a group of your elements, and it doesn't have to be in the same block. So you have project foo, project bar, and you have other project bus, and you can do even aliasing on it. So I think this is going to highly improve the way that we are going to use the namespaces. And I already saw the first packages, so yeah, it's really promising. Improve security. And no matter where I go, to which kind of conference I go, if it's a non-PHP conference, it's always, oh yeah, PHP, but that is like a security nightmare. That is hell. That is, it's bad. Well, PHP has a bad reputation, but mainly if I go to GitHub and I type MySQL query and $_get, it's because people were not educated correctly, and not because the language sucks. No, the language is okay, it's more that the developers need better understanding of what they're dealing with. But in order to at least deal with the people that actually know what they're doing and give them additional security power, there has been a ton of work put in cryptography and security. When we wanted to create like random strings and integers that were cryptographically secure, we had a poor random engine. Most of the time you use def random or something similar. And if that was not even strong enough, people started looking at OpenSSL. That's all fine, but yeah, at PHP we have the capability of generating very secure random strings and integers. So they actually worked very hard to use the random bytes and random integer using C-Spring functions, which are functions based on C-level C-Spring. Yeah, cryptographically secure pseudo-random number generator. I don't want to be called that way. Can you imagine doing high school exams and you have to write down your name? Half the exam is already over and you're not even done then. Anyway, so you have now random bytes, random integer. And random bytes, of course, since it generates binary bytes, next you might want to pass it in bit to hex just to make sure that you can actually safeguard this piece of information as a key in the database or something like that. And of course you can increase the number of bytes as much as you want, but keep in memory it also has a cost on your system. So the higher the value, the harder it is to generate it over and over again. Random integer requires two parameters. One is the bottom level, the other is the top level. Do their mix of numbers, random numbers, and yeah, you will be having a lot of fun. One of the other security issues was all about sessions, and this was more when we talk about the continuous access that PHP required with a session storage. Now, with the option to set lazy writing on and off, you can actually have it with the lazy write off, you can improve your performance because if the session hasn't changed, it doesn't write it. So especially your hoster or your data sysadmin manager will be very happy that you implement this because if you have like 10,000 people visiting your website and you have a lot of session information, it's hammering your session management tool, and now it will be a lot less. I heard from a hosting company in Belgium, they already had like 60% more performance because the caches were hit less. So
Isn't it the other way around? If the session changes, then it writes, and otherwise it doesn't.
Yeah,
So if
did I
lazy
say
write
that?
is, so if lazy write is true, then it does that. And if lazy write is false, then it writes every time. That's how I should, how I would interpret it.
let me check.
Yeah, it's the same for me.
Dan weet je, je wordt hier. Ja, nee, dat had ik wel heel vroeg uitgesloten. Ik heb best verschillende handen van mezelf. Dat ik dacht van, wat ga je anders? Zo'n mensen zo.
Okay, I have it here, and I will share this with the audience. Let me see, is it this way? Yes. So, lazy writes. Session lazy write set to 1 means that the session data is only written if it changes default to 1 and enabled. So, yes sir, you are correct. I stand corrected.
Stickers!
Can someone pass this?
I'll read you halfway.
Thank you. Awesome. You see, it's not because I'm standing here that I know all these things. Every day I learn something new.
Nobody else wanted to do it.
Apparently, there was a session in PHP Benelux. Patrick Allard, you were referring to? You think so?
I don't remember all names.
You went to a talk, you saw someone on stage, but you don't remember the name.
I saw like 12 talks in 2 days, so no, I don't remember all names.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. You guys agree? Oh. I need to fix my slide as well. There you go.
Actually, in 5,
Yeah.
it also writes session information if it doesn't change.
Yeah, so if the session data hasn't changed at all, it's still, every time that you have a call to session start, it will...
And there's no way to disable it now, at the moment.
Well, not in 5. In 7 you can. So, you had a question?
Yes, will, if you don't write to the session, will the timer be updated then? Because if you have
Every single time when session start is called, even though you don't change any data in the session, every time session data is called, then it will update the session timeout. So the time to live of a particular session will be updated to the time that you have defined in the options. But now you have the whole, let me get this here. There you have it. Oh. There you had it. So it says here, lazy write is set to 1 by default, and it means that now it only writes the changes the moment that you have data changed inside your session, then it will write it to session. Otherwise, it will not make that call. And like I said, you will have a huge performance gain, especially if you write to Memcache or Redis. Yeah, it will only speed up even more. So, and also the network throughput will be liberated because now every single time your session will be hammered. Okay? Mhm. So that's a use advantage. Unserialize. I use unserialize quite often in combination with serialize. And now with filter and serialize, I can even give like arguments saying, okay, false. So when I instantiate all classes as incomplete class, and therefore it will basically make sure that there is no value returned. You get like an incomplete class statement every single time that you serialize that element. You can have the array of class names that you have been provided, that you have put in the serialize, or you can say true, and that's the default. Will be like you currently have. If you have an object and you call unserialize on it, but it was not serialized in the first place, it will still say PHP incomplete class. Yeah. For people who were already on the latest version of PHP, I think PHP 5.5 had the password hashing. If you use a custom salt, it will trigger now when it deprecated, because why create your own salt when the salt of the password itself is good enough for the hashing algorithm. So instead of staying with one randomly chosen element that you also need to store, the salt of the password is also the element that you need to decrypt it. So now it will trigger a deprecated element. It will only trigger this as a message, as a notice, but it will still continue. And this is what we were discussing this today or yesterday? Yesterday, yeah. My time sense is completely off. So, in all the PHP versions, PHP was exploited basically by unfiltered and invalidated data, and like the GitHub example that I gave. A lot of these elements were also triggered by the characters you were not able to see, the white space characters, as they call the null-byte characters. Especially when you had things like exec or system or pass-through, and these things could be very, very evil. I read a blog post of Matthias, he works at Nucleus. He posts about all these kind of security things, about people now using the null-byte exploitation on the shell commands. So when you get a composer, you do curl get composer installer, pipe it to PHP. Now they can actually have like arbitrary code written behind a null-byte character, which will not be echoed but will be executed. So be very careful. I think that's. Are you guys thirsty?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah. Let's have a 5-minute break. Okay.
Nice.
Right.
I'm gonna trample your ass.
Stickers, someone?
Yeah, stickers. Stickers.
Weet je dat? Zie je Yes.
Yeah, I can apparently emojis also. Yeah. But only if your local system also supports it, because otherwise you get.
Yes. But at least I make it.
Namespace activates. You're so going to use this.
Hey, that's part of the namespace.
Yeah, that's like.
Yes, I know.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like
Look at this. Okay, look at this.
Yes, it's like crazy. No, I saw it used oh my god.
Black Cups, Ik wist dat er een floatpoint fout van PHP zat, maar dan zag ik het meer in ik heb dat ook wel gezien bij Jan dat hij er ook in zat.
Ja. Ik had 2,5 weken geleden dat ik in die quiz gestudeerd.
Oh ja.
Die had
Tori, heeft ze weer mensen? Ah, dat is nu altijd.
Dus ik had er getweet maar van, hey, kom je ook? Ja. En ik zie er niet.
Ja, maar ja, nou, Amsterdam ligt niet bij de deur.
Ja, maar die andere was in Zwolle, dat kwam ze wel. Dus ja, afstand niet. Kan wel.
Ja.
En jij moest het wel goed verleden, dat is ook niet helemaal naast de deur, toch?
Nee, afstand betreft, maar voor mij is alles om het hoekje binnen 500 kilometer.
Het is alleen niet heel praktisch als je dan s'avonds nog in de huis moet rijden.
Dus ik heb
Het is dat wel.
Nee, anders heb je altijd vrachtwagens of zo die in de weg staan.
Ja.
zit nog even op mijn moment te wachten dat ik ook een sticker verdien.
Weet je?
Ook een sticker verdienen.
Ja, je hebt me een shortcut gegeven hier.
Yes.
If you guys are ready, we're waiting for you.
Zo mooi.
How did that happen?
Ja. Hallo.
Hello.
Doorlopen meteen. Ben je er nou alweer in elkaar aan het zetten? Ja, interface wel.
Hallo.
Ik ga jou gewoon helpen. Ja. We moeten wel horen. We kunnen ook even alleen maar horen. Ik ga maar niet op je voet, maar je interesse uit. Ja, pnl.nl. Dat was dinsdag. Was dat een woensdag? Ja, ik had het anders. Oh ja, nee, die was 3 weken geleden of zo. Ik ken de naam. Ja, nee, dat moet
I saw you already come. Now I see you come again. Oh, this is your brother. Okay. Some other things that you need to know, and apparently it was way too late for me because I repeat myself now. So I'm going to skip the stuff that I already explained. If you have a switch statement, maybe you know, maybe you don't know, but you had the opportunity to define twice a default element. Yes?
Can you please tell people that you don't want to do that?
Well, let me put it this way. PHP 7 will tell you you don't have to do that. And you cannot do that. So, you're already okay. There you go. Well, you get another one. There you go. Yeah, I'm not taking those home, so... No. I will see a lot of people here. I'm sure of that. There are also people that write functions and they declare stuff as parameters. PHP 7 will punish you for that. So don't put command stuff as arguments in your function. You need to declare them as separate variable names. Yeah, I also said from GitArg, so we can skip this. Then we come to the performance. If this video is playing, yes, there we go. Awesome. Yeah, basically PHP 7 is PHP on steroids. And how do people come to this conclusion? Well, let's look at the statistics. If we look at PHP 5.6, WordPress was performing pretty okay. But with PHP 7, WordPress is flying. And especially with the latest version of WordPress, you actually have like a gazillion performance under the hood. Well, not everyone is using WordPress. They also want to make real money. So let's go to e-commerce. If we look at the homepage of Magento, people that work with Magento, a couple in the room, you know that the homepage is always like a performance hell. And now you will have less hell to deal with, especially if you have like proper caching things in place. It will really, really fly. When working with the catalog of Magento, yeah, it's not going to be a lot better, but at least it's more than twice as fast. So I think you guys will.
It's hip hop virtual machine, right?
HSVM is hip hop. Yeah.
Actually, there's no need to use it anymore.
No, no. Both WordPress and Magento, they score equally the same. The reason why you want to go with HHVM is because you have actual compiled PHP, while PHP is still compiled on the fly. So per request it will be processed. That's the only difference. Plus PHP has a lot more extensions that will be supported than HHVM at this point. Some people, they actually build applications themselves and call it CMS. So let's have a look at Drupal. With Drupal, you almost receive like 2/3 more performance, which is very significant, especially when you run the Drupal 8. This is the beta. Drupal 8 is already released, so I need to wait until those new statistics are arriving, and then we'll have like definite nice goals. But as you can see, it's almost the double performance. When we look at the frameworks, it's even more significant. Laravel developed here. Okay, you will have about 4/5 more performance. Almost double for Zen Framework. Zen Framework people? Okay, there you go. So yeah, it will definitely fly. CRM system, Sugar CRM, probably the most known one. On PHP 7, it's blazingly fast. So again, hands down for the PHP team to make it all happen. Of course, we're all talking PHP right now. Let's have a look at other languages, and now it's important to look at the lowest score. The Mandelbrot fractal, the amount of time it took, PHP, a little bit over 2 milliseconds. Ruby performs 3 times slower. Python 3 times slower than Ruby, and Perl, let's not mention it. I also found on the last minute the E framework, where they also have an enormous increase in performance, so they can handle a lot more requests, basically more than double. So, I mean, if you have like a very attractive website, put PHP 7 under it, and you will be fine. Of course, this is all nice and peachy, but we are not starting with new projects. We already have projects, and most of them are less than or more than a year old. Some of them are even like 5 years old, or 10 years old, or even worse, 20 years old. So how are you gonna migrate from PHP 5 to PHP 7? If you're lucky and you had the ability to upgrade all the way to PHP 5.6, you should be okay. The difference between PHP 5 and PHP 7 is less the migration from PHP 4 to PHP 5. Who was around when that occurred? Fun times? Okay, I sense a lot of anger and sarcasm and frustration there, so let's skip that. Okay, one of the main elements that you want to deal with is your domain models. So your domain models, if you want to implement something that is completely using the functionality of PHP 7, what you need to implement is your user, and this is a user model. And we provide two parameters, strings and an integer. And if we want to have like the correct values, we needed to cast it. Of course, I'm not talking about filter validation, which happens before it. So let's assume that everything is filter validated. We still needed to cast it to integers to actually have proper values back. Now, all we need to do is put the type declaration in front of here as well, and of course in our functions we define the type and the return type. So we basically have our application in place. We go further, here again, there, also there, and then when we have this script, which is calling the user PHP, as you can see, declare is the first command that we put in. Require once the user PHP, and then Michelangelo with a string as an age, and because of the strict type, I get a nice error, which I can actually work on and try to process it. So if you do refactoring, you can do this on a model per model basis. See what works, see what not works, keep your logs in under very good supervision, and you will be able to figure out if your application is indeed behaving the way that you worked on it for so many years. If not, that's a nice bonus on the job that you have done. Every time that you hit a fatal also means that your application stops working. So don't do this in production, please. Really, trust me, don't do this. Another thing that most of the people have to deal with when migrating is the MySQL extension. So the native MySQL extension has been removed. Most of the time, all you have to do is replace MySQL underscore with MySQL I underscore, and you should be okay. You can use a grep to find out which files contain these strings, and then run set on command line to do the search and replace. But you also have to be very careful there, because there are some functions in MySQL that no longer are supported by MySQLi. And it's quite a lot, as you can see. So when you have MySQL list DBS, you need to use the SQL statement, show databases, list processes, show process list, and so on. So some of these functions you can replace with native SQL commands, but all the others, there is no alternative. So if you use those, you are going to be in for a treat. And if you have to replace all of that logic, maybe it's time to think to upgrade and use PDO or your framework's database abstraction layer. Someone already using PDO or a derivative? Everyone not using it or not raising his hand? Go check out PDO. If you use a framework, make sure that the database abstraction layer is using PDO under the hood most of the time they do, and they provide like nice wrappers around it to facilitate the easiness of accessing your database architecture. The rest of PHP conversion is basically just remember the things that have been removed, the things that have been broken. All you can do is do like a search for these things. It's not a lot that has been changed, so you should be able to do on a, let's say a week, if you do like on an 8-hour day, you do this scanning, you probably have replaced most of the things. You run your unit test, and it should say to you everything will be okay. If it is still a problem, yeah, then maybe it's time to see can we refactor the functionality that's not working anymore into like very native PHP 7 elements. And that's basically the whole migration path. There is nothing more. If I look at PHP 4 to PHP 5, that was like nightmare hell, because all of a sudden your function references were not copies but reference pointers, and yeah, that created some very interesting results. So you're gonna be very grateful that they smoothen the transition path for you guys, so you can enjoy PHP 7 very rapidly. Closing remarks. Of course, the source of all information is php.net. I mean, they have a migration from PHP 5.6x to PHP 7. So basically the advice is migrate first to PHP 5.6. If that's okay, then do the migration to PHP 7. Because since PHP 5.4, 5.5, 5.6, a lot of extra things have been marked as deprecated. If you run your processes and you switch on the error reporting with eDeprecated, you will start noticing deprecated functionality calls. If that occurs, fix those first and then you will be okay. Alright? If you want to know more the story behind everything, I can recommend Davy Shafiq's book, Upgrading to PHP 7. Most of the information I had in this session I also got from his book, also from the website, making those two a good combination to facilitate and smoothen the ride to PHP 7. I already had it mentioned here earlier, but I'm going to mention it myself again. That is Juliette Reinders-Vollmer. She lives in Amsterdam, and she has devoted some of her spare time to work on this PHP cheat sheets that will give you all the possible quirks, outcomes that you can have in PHP, all the way from PHP 5.3, I think.
PHP 4.
PHP 4, yeah.
4, I think is
and there you go. So she goes all the way back to one of the earliest versions of PHP up until the latest PHP 7. So yeah, have a look at it, bookmark it, make it sure that you have it accessible, because not everything appears to be as it seems in PHP. I also mentioned a couple of tools or frameworks or platforms that we use. This is the best I could retrieve as information up till now. Of course, this list is not limited. More and more projects are doing their best to become PHP 7 ready. So if you are looking to do some open source contributions, and you see a framework that's not listed here, there's still a ton of work that you can do. Try to help them out and make sure that the majority of these platforms are PHP 7 ready, that people can start using them on PHP 7 servers. So hopefully it doesn't take us another decade before the people have migrated to PHP 7. I mean, I've seen statistics that people are still running PHP 5.3, which is already like deprecated 4 or 5 years ago. So, I mean, life goes on, we need to move along with the tides. If you work with these projects, you're in for an awesome treat. Make sure that you have your sysadmin or your hosting provider help you with the upgrade to PHP 7. Make sure that you run all your tests thoroughly, and then move your application into PHP 7. Hopefully that transition will be a smooth ride for you all. So yeah, coming to your projects, basically get started, and the moment that you start playing with PHP 7, I mean, I wrote a nice article on my blog, dragonbe.com, about how to put PHP 7 on my MacBook. As of yesterday, when they announced PHP 7.03, yeah, it's already running on my laptop, so yeah, make sure that you're on to par with the latest version. Start playing with it, lots of good things come. So that's it, folks. I mean, thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed this session. I hope it was interesting and got you a lot of information. I'm also providing training courses, PHP Unit mainly, Zen Framework, Azure. Anyone here Azure, by the way? No? Oh, there you go.
Sticker.
I will give you two at the end. So yeah, come and see us. We'd love to talk about PHP. I do this worldwide, but it's also nice to be here in the Netherlands, closer to home. I don't have jet lag because I have to travel so much more. So thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening and have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Michelangelo, we would like to thank you for being here. Great talk. I think he deserves another round of applause. With this voucher, so you can hang it on your wall at home and
Nice.
use the voucher on our website.
Oh, nice, nice.
Do some printing.
Are there questions? Yes, sir.
You didn't mention the assertions.
No, I did not.
Particular reason for not mentioning them?
Because this is the way that assertions were meant to be. Sebastian has implemented the correct way all since the PHP unit 3.6, 7, yeah, something like that. So I don't consider that to be an issue anymore. If people still have issues with that, it's clearly mentioned the new behavior in the PHP.net. But yeah, since I'm promoting PHP units everywhere I go, write your test, folks. Really. Now, the assertion behavior should not be like a complete surprise. By the way, quick question here: who uses assert in their comments? Okay, 2, 3, 4. So 4 people, 5 people on a group of 50. Yeah. That's like 1%. Yeah. So, yeah, it's sad, but everyone uses PHP unit. Okay, folks that didn't raise their hands, we have a chat after this. No, seriously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Drukwerk Deal, for allowing me to speak here. I had a great time. Wonderful reception. Love the badge already. This is even more awesome. I mean, come on, guys. Round of applause for Drukwerk Deal. Thank you very much. And that leaves me, I still have stickers. Come and get them. En dan kom je